Alright, hello everyone! I'm streaming at 5 today instead of at 7 because I finally got my medication and I was able to sleep last night instead of at 10 a.m. Okay, we're going to be playing some more Ace Attorney Investigations Collection. We're going to be finishing up the last case of the first game and possibly starting up the next game's first case. Let's continue! We are currently at an embassy that's been split in two because it's an embassy for two different countries. And we have Kay Faraday with us, who was initially accused of murder of an embassy employee, but we proved that she was innocent of that. And then we went to the other embassy and found out there was a murder there. Larry Butts was accused of murder, but we proved it wasn't him. And now we're gonna confront Sheena, Agent Long's, I guess secretary or something, to accuse her of murder. Okay, let's go. March 14th, 11:33 p.m. Theatrum Neutralis, lobby. Agent Long. Long G says, little cubs, never do they know the real fury of the elder wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills made with Bobbly's ink. They were all of Zheng Fa denomination. Yes, so I heard from Miss Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out it was all burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Jane Foster is in the financial chaos as we speak. Because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Long on this, and have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Zheng Fa. And I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. And tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smugglers down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Long, Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh, no. It was I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Porcus, you fool! Curse your empty brain! You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Tina, let's go. Time to return to our den. Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but to go home as well. Agent Long, a moment if you... You, Wolfman, and the secretary lady. Hold it! Objection, pal! Detective Gumshoe, have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already? Yep, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, Detective. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold this up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes? How exactly did you fail to see the Yatakarasu when you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Kochin was killed? I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, what are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Long hasn't touched the Babel investigation at all, so I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh, it sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the end. Is she seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day? You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate or some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. Ha! I should have known that you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end. It would appear that way. Well, I'll prove her innocence, so let's see what you got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. With pleasure. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatakarasu that appeared in Babel, and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Long, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony? You mean the suspicious person in the coat that she saw? That's right. That person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatakarasu. Pretended? And what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second. But first, I want to review what Kay's mystery person did. Hey, if you could please explain for us what the person you were chasing did. Okay, you got it. I first spotted this suspicious person near the open-air stage on the Babel East side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of argument, let's call the suspicious person the Yatakarasu. Now, please tell us what happens when you chase the Sakurasu up to the 3rd floor. Can't do. I chased the Sakurasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babali's embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Sakurasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Sakurasu run into Mr. Kochin's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Ah! Who's there? By the time I had turned on the lights, the Sakurasu had disappeared. When Kate entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Long?
What do you mean, what do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness.
Sorry, but I know for a fact that the person didn't escape through that door.
Oh? And how do you know that with such certainty?
That's easy. If the Sakurasu had left through that door, they would have run right into this person. Who was the next person that ran in? I don't remember. Oh, Sheena.
Your answer is Sheena.
Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Sakurasu had used the door. When Kei screamed upon discovering Mr. Kochin's body, the Sakurasu would have run right into Agent Sheena, who was in the next room over.
Oh!
Agent Sheena, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see? Therefore, the Sakurasu could not have escaped through the door.
It just means that the creep slipped out before Sheena made it down into the hallway.
Not so fast!
I doubt that. If there was another person in that hallway, a certain detective.
Objection!
Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at that time?
Me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay scream, I ran towards Mr. Kochin's office in the opposite direction of Agent Sheena, sir.
So, Agent Long, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route.
Grr. Grr.
Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth! You nailed him with just an explanation of what happened. Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Agent Long aware as well of yet another possible escape route the Sakurasu could have taken.
Ha 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 ha! I get it. So that's what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out.
Precisely.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out with our revolving fireplace wall explanation, right?
No, not quite yet. Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the Babali side is known only to 4 people. And if we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end.
What's with all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics?
Nothing of the sort, Agent Long. Come, let's continue where we left off.
That smug, haughty attitude of yours. You really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's low window. And since an eerie picture of said escape route is this, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Sakurazu's escape?
I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first, I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible.
Now, I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly.
Of course I know that! That's bloody common sense! Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be of the Sakurazu's escape route.
I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself.
The shadow in this photo is not the Sakurazu that Kate was chasing after.
You can say whatever you like in whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence.
Very well then. I present to you proof that the person Kate saw is not the same as the one in this photo.
Is it smoke? I don't know what the answer is. It's not wire. It doesn't look anything like wire. Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Atakarasu case off. Case spotted the Atakarasu headed for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. Grr! Bro! Yeah, way to go! That's twice you bit him in the butt now. We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is. And how the Atakarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. Huh, as I thought. However, the Asakurasu's escape route? Now that I can answer. You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on. Enlighten me. Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You're busy heading up the Alabastion investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge of the Ablaze side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, is explained in my stead? Ugh, Sheena is my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss? Long, it's alright. I can take care of him. Sheena, you've shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth. Alright. If you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle really begins. Now then, what is it you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Ablaze embassy? Sheena's movements. During the first Ablaze fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Asakarasu that had appeared in Babo. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Asakarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girls of the Asakarasu even exist. And that is all I have to say. But I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Kochin's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi. Is that correct? Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic.
Not so fast!
And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale? And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Grr! Not that it's unexpected for that useless slump to get in such a situation. Although, I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected.
I will make no excuse for what I did in that situation. Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize.
I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second. And the same goes for me. I believe in Sheena.
Then let's put that to the test and see if she is really worthy of your trust. This is promised to be interesting. Rebuttal. During the first Ablaze fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. So you helped with the fire extinguishing efforts? I was in charge of the police on the Bobbly side, so I helped them with their work. Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people.
She sure does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage.
I guess so. She's always bringing you a business card or a scroll at just the right time. Prepare everything before I'm ordered to. That is the definition of a secretary.
She kind of seems more capable than Agent Long, doesn't she?
At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective.
Ooh! I kind of had a feeling you were going to say that. Gina's more than just a capable secretary, you know? Gina, tell him what other things you're good at.
Alright. During the second fire, I was searching for the Otakaratu that appeared in Bobble. By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the third floor of Bobble, correct? Yes. That was when the suspicious person was spotted in Bobble. Then you were after the same person in the long coat that I was after. There is no proof that the suspicious person was really the Otakaratu, because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face. By the way, how was your team's investigation? In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the third floor via the windows. The majority of the investigators conducted their searches on other floors.
Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the third floor.
When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the third floor. And you did that alone? Yes. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. So you were in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office?
Hold it!
I already told you I was earlier. As I was examining the neighboring room, I heard that girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Cochin's office, wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall. Yes, I did.
But she was totally innocent, pal. I thought we had already cleared that up.
And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now, if the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet...
Ooh!
I have to agree. Right now is not the time to take issue with that.
Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
But what I do take issue with is the fact that you didn't see the Otakaratu, Agent Shina. The prosecutors of this country are all so strange. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Otakaratu. You were unable to catch even a glimpse, despite being in the next room? Is that true? I really hate to repeat myself. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you are not misremembering something. We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, would we?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Are you calling Sheena's testimony a lie?
Agent Long, I'm talking with Agent Sheena right now. So I'd appreciate if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments.
Grr!
Grr! Aww. You know, I feel kind of bad for him. I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth. Long, I'm alright. And as for you, I think you should be focusing your doubts on that girl rather than me. And why is that? To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Otakaratu even exists. Are you throwing Kei's words into doubt again? No, she does claim to be the Otakaratu, right? And she did try to chase down the Otakaratu despite being just an average citizen. Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Otakaratu. That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Otakaratu. And I suppose you have proof of that somewhere? Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe in me, and that's enough. I see. Kei's testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious. There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony. Oh? Then why don't you show her using what we found out with Little Thief? Pursuit of. If it turns out that it really does lead right to Agent Sheena, then what is it that she is keeping from us right now? being in the room next to Mr. Kochin's office is the problem.
Objection!
Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all.
Not so fast!
Agent Long, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastion office fireplace?
Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects to the office with the next room over? What about it?
Well, Alabast isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces.
What?
The fireplace in Mr. Kochin's office holds the exact same secret.
What?
The Takarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Now do you see? If the Takarasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Sheena. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Takarasu.
Oh. Yeah!
What is the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Sheena? How you managed to completely miss the fleeing Takarasu, or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kei saw in the coat, pretending to be the Takarasu, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Kochin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you checked your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Sheena. After that, you came back around to place Kei under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. You gonna start laughing or something?
How dare you make Kei look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? You know?
Is this you? The one who laughs a lot? That laugh. I remember this irritating laugh.
Brr, I'm getting chills down my spine.
It can't be, but it has to be.
Gina, what's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh.
Funny, you say?
Yes, that you would accuse me of being the Takarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are also very strange. Do you think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? Do you think I'm taking things too lightly? I could not. It's that prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Takarasu fled to the fireplace? Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Takarasu's escape route. The tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose, and then we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor. Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish fraud, you know. I know, and that is why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question. My question? Here is your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babel was used recently. I'm sorry, but is this really your honest answer to my question? Yes. According to Ambassador Palliano's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Kochin. Oh? The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up? Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Palliano said that he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Takarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Kochin's office is my proof. And just what is so funny? Ashes prove Are you even allowed to submit such flaking evidence in court? You still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's bring your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now. I suppose. I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Tina's rebuttal. In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Atakarasu used the fireplace, now can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Coachen's office. And there you have it, my counter-argument. Ah! That's very impressive. He has seen through to the fact that I have yet to gather that one piece of evidence.
What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in a while now.
If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But Hey, pull yourself together. You're the true heir to the Atakarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth. You must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth. With pleasure. Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it?
Tina, please, show me you're someone I can trust.
Don't worry. This will be the deciding match. You'll see. I'm truly sorry, Agent Long, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Tina. Shall we begin? Whew. I'm ready whenever you are. Rebuttal. In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace was used. It sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough.
But I was able to go through the revolving door myself. So that should be proof enough, even if for you, pal.
Ha! It looks like you don't quite understand. But by your looks, I can guess that you're not all that learned.
Youch! Talk about rude. You should watch what you say, pal.
Sadly, I can't say I disagree with her on that. You know what I mean, right? You may have proven that a fireplace was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatakarasu used the fireplace, now can you? So you want proof the Yatakarasu was the one who used the fireplace?
Hold it!
That's right. Well, do you have any? Ah! Can you prove that it wasn't the Yatakarasu who used the fireplace? I don't need to prove anything to you. Objection! Hey, if you could please not steal my line. Sorry, but it just won't hold it in anymore. Well, don't fret and leave her to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch. Aha! You may seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence, it's meaningless. So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. It's possible the Atakarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace.
Hold it!
Sorry, but I had the forensics team checked out already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Palliano and Mr. Coachin. Curses! I should have known better than to think the Atakarasu would have been so careless. But there must be some sort of evidence that we still have yet to find. I take it you have no further objections? Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. So Interpol has finished examining the entire Babalese embassy?
Hold it!
Yes. The investigators weren't allowed into Ablaze, which were incredibly helpful. They all put in great efforts to search for any sign of the Atakarasu. And yes, despite all that effort, it appears that they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Coachin's, correct? I didn't notice the ash there in the fireplace of that room. And for that, I am sorry.
You don't need to apologize, Tina. As your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry.
You know, maybe this guy's not such a bad guy after all.
He apologizes for his subordinate and everything. What a great boss.
Are you saying that I don't do anything for my own subordinates?
No, nothing of the sort, sir. You're someone I really respect, sir, even if you are a bit too strict sometimes.
That is only a problem on your end. Wow, way to be super hard on him in response. Am I really too strict on everyone?
Anyway, Sheena, you didn't find anything in Mr. Coach's office, right?
That's right. We finished our investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Coach's office. So you really didn't find anything? Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Asakurasu's key in the documents detailing the smuggling operation. But we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Ablaze knife to handle yet.
Ha! You see? My subordinates worked hard to investigate everything. So there was nothing else to find, right? Wow, Agent Long really sticks up for his people. Longji says, all men are brothers, and friends become family. So you see, my people are my family, and their families are my family too.
That's a rather large family you have there. Yes, but as we all know, there is always one black sheep in any family. And though it pains me, Agent Long, you will know the black sheep in your family. So, do you actually have any proof that the Asakurasu used the fireplace passageway? No, I haven't found any yet. Then what are we going to do? Just no need to worry, because there is a loophole in this Interpol agent's argument we can exploit. The one in charge of the Ablaze investigation was not Agent Long, which means that with Agent Sheena in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence we found. If there is one thing I do know, it is that someone tried to hide it from us. What is it? A knife handle with a butterfly on it. I wonder where the blade that this should be attached to is. I don't know. No, it wasn't that.
Objection!
Oh, it was that wire. Okay. While you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation, are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything? Well, aren't we full of ourselves, standing there insulting Interpol agents?
You'd better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor.
I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. And what exactly is this supposed to mean?
A length of wire? So what about it?
I'll tell you what. We found this in the Ablaze embassy not long ago.
What?
And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder? But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing.
There's more?
In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. What in the...
Aya!
That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? That's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see, so there was nothing in that office. Nothing you can call evidence, anyway. I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression. How so? I never thought that I was presenting evidence of any sort. Or rather, I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete. And that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatakarasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright then, I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Sheena. And is it not possible that the reason the person Kate was chasing chose the third floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Sheena was only pretending to be investigating the Asakarasu to the point of arresting Kei. In that case, there is one location that no one has yet to inspect. Their team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. The location, Agent Sheena, is of course the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Cochin's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe!
Yes, sir. I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out that room next to the office.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really think that Miss Sheena's the Yatakarasu? Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is. Then I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatakarasu. But can you prove she's the Yatakarasu is the question. If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. And just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment? As if that detective has the brains for high science. It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatakarasu. And what did you find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Ablaze ink. Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. But is it really worth so little? I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove.
Mr. Edgeworth, I found some things you really need to see, sir.
Oh? So what are these things that you found?
Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir.
You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room.
Aww.
Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now? These items that the detective brought are incredibly significant. I request that you be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings. You have no right to touch them without my permission. I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. But if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Long, let's hear your opinion on this.
I say, let them look at your stuff, Sheena.
Long?
Sheena, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right?
I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good. Now let us begin.
So which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine, sir?
I believe I'll examine her makeup.
What is this? It looks like a very thin paintbrush.
It's a lip brush. It's for putting on my lipstick.
Oh, I found something with a lot of weird powder inside, sir.
That's just foundation powder in there. It's nothing to get worked up over. Wow, you two sure know a lot about makeup. I think I need to confiscate them for a bit. Ooh, I never knew makeup consisted of this stuff, too. I see. Ooh.
She seems to be completely absorbed in her study of cosmetics. I guess there really wasn't anything suspicious in Agent Sheena's makeup.
I suppose not. Let us move on and examine something else. Let us examine her shoes. There doesn't appear to be anything particularly odd about them.
Hey, prosecutor. You know what they say about men who stare at women's shoes for too long, right?
Aha! How scandalous. I am merely doing my job, Agent Long. I don't see how that warranted a comment.
Now then, there is some dirt on the soles, but otherwise these seem perfectly normal. I guess there really wasn't anything suspicious about Agent Sheena's shoes.
I suppose not. Let us move on and examine something else.
Oh shoot, I didn't mean to do the makeup again.
Let's examine the coat.
Yes, sir.
It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly, Agent Sheena. The Takarasu that Kei saw was wearing a coat, and I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when he went through the fireplace. No, you have it wrong. That soot probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. And what about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie?
Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got my coat when I went through the fireplace.
Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace, which I can.
What?
How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe.
Huh? Me, sir? What did I do?
This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kei saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace was solely a coat.
I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir.
All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance of the coat hem is. Oh, and you think you can do that? Of course I can. This is the dark substance that's solely the hem of this coat. Ablaze ink? Yes, this is what we will prove the coat went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Palleino, he burned some files in the fireplace this morning. He told us about that already, so I don't really see the point of mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink on the back wall of the fireplace at that time. If the dark substance on this coat turns out to be Ablaze ink, it would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yotakarasu, but we're not finished yet. You have no way of proving whether or not this is Ablaze ink on the coat hem. Oh, but I do, and I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. How? You ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove that the substance of the coat is Ablaze ink. We can find out whether that Ablaze ink or not by lighting it on fire.
That's how you're going to prove that it's Ablaze ink?
Yes. If you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now what the dark substance is.
Tina, sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut off a bit of your coat.
Go ahead. I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway. Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something. Oh, I've got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs. Then if I could please have one, Kate, we can get this experiment underway. The flame!
It's the same color as the flame's wit crystal oil produces, which means
Ablaze ink is a product of wit crystal oil, and when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yotakarasu's other wing. Miss Sheena, you're the fake Yotakarasu? The one who killed my father! It's about time you came clean, Agent Sheena. Or should I say, Callisto you?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you?
Do I look like a joking type to you? Callisto you? I've never heard that name before in my life. That manner of speaking, and that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years.
You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it.
Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist I am this Callisto U woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me. The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies with the darkness of night.
Objection!
However, the light of dawn has arrived and will reveal your true ugly form to the world. Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she is Callisto U? I do. It's something that the second young Takarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, Kay. For we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be Callisto U with this, and clip this young Takarasu's wings for good. Maybe it's the perfume. This perfume! This will prove you to be Callisto U. It will? Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. This belongs to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. This is that bottle perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Mr. Vern Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on here. Every last one. We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent China. Will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Long laugh. Long laughter. It looks like you've seen right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. Callisto! You! So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill is even greater than that time 7 years ago.
Gina, you're...
Long, I enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man.
So you were a spy all along? A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who has been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time?
Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto U, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Takarasu. That's right. Callisto U. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great Fiki Takarasu. Callisto U, this time you won't escape, but this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, King Faraday. Had you not used the Takarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was. Hey, don't! You! I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father! You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such laughable honesty.
Oh, shit! Hey! You like pig, go right now, pal!
You despicable! Let go of me, you filthy— Ah! You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Takarasu. But that's impossible! My father was the one who created this little thief! Hey, Edgeworth, the Takarasu has 3 legs. You know why that is?
Why it has 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Takarasu will always be 1 step ahead. First, the Takarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, The Takarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system.
No, it can't be! Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Takarasu? The real identity of the Takarasu is... The real identity of the Takarasu is neither Burn Faraday nor Callisto Yu. But by the same token, they are also both the real Takarasu. How very perceptive of you. No way! A single person known as the Great Seijo Takarasu never existed. Mr. Edgeworth, No! I refuse to believe this! The Takarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Takarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And a lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client or corporation. Skill number 2. The Takarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of the criminal. And skill number 3. The Takarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. Detective Bad?
It was only natural for the Takarasu to never leave evidence behind, because the lead detective on the case hid it all away.
You're the 3rd member of the Takarasu?
You? I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years, but I finally got you.
Why, Mr. Bad, long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why, indeed. It was nothing personal, really. It was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I grow weary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time, I won't miss. Stop! You! Hey!
It's over, Sheena.
Your leg! Agent Long!
You idiot. What were you thinking jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for?
I'm sorry,
Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. And as long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you.
You really are an idiot, you know that?
Huh, that's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey, Sis?
Yes?
I want you to conduct a full-body search. Tina might have another weapon on her.
Alright. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please.
Sure. Hey, I found something. What is this, sir? It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle.
This is a great find, Detective.
Huh? It is, sir?
Let's try pairing up this blade with his handle. With this handle. I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon.
Take
Hey,
that!
they fit together perfectly.
This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched.
I'm going to return this Bobbly's knife now.
Alright, I trust that you'll make sure that it is returned to Ambassador Palliano. Bobbly's knife handle, given to Detective Gumshoe. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it, Callisto Yu. But the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Which means that you must be Mr. Cochin's killer. You killed Mr. Cochin with the alabaster knife. Switched the handles and then took the original blade of the Bobbly's knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kane near the open air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that about sum it up? You crafted an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are two problems with it. Problems? In what respect? What do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? It was also I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gatewater Land, I knew right away that you were Burn Faraday's daughter. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Takarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Cochin's murder on me? Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight. So I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another? Yes. Once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the Truya Takarasu. You were going to take little thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. Then the person who stole the Atakarasa's key was Mr. Faraday?
That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it?
In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Atakarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Atakarasu? Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. In the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Pochen? Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings.
Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Chino?
I guess I should tell you then, that I was the one who set the Babalu's embassy on fire. And why did you do that? I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills.
That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do? But then why start 2 fires?
Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had my fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait! Miss Sheena. Yes? When I fell into the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edgeworth. About the second problem I have with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will.
Mr. Prosecutor.
Yes, Agent Long?
Mark my words, I'm not done here, and I'll be back. If it's got nothing to do with duty or anything, because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be.
His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. Finally over, Kay. I feel like it peered into her heart a little, you know? And it's so cold and dark, and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands? The one who thought my father was a province to be removed?
That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring.
Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones we were selling for the Jam and Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. Ad starts in 1 minute. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Hair sticks with a candy stripe pattern on them. There's some dirt on the tip.
Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh?
Let me further examine these sticks. Hey, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's dirt on here. It's totally ruining the beauty of the hair stick. I suppose. Why is there dirt stuck on the end of a hair stick in the first place? The design of these sticks are rather eccentric for hair sticks. Huh? Really? Well, if they're that strange, what should I do with them? I have to say, these are by far the most bizarre hair sticks I've ever seen. In any case, Kay, there's something I've been meaning to ask. How exactly do you stick that hair stick of yours into your hair like that? That's a secret.
Curious and curious, sir.
Okay, be right back. Okay, let's continue.
Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh?
So it's midnight, the dawn of another day.
Hey, Pops! Thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years.
Detective Bad, don't tell me today's the day.
Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything.
But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatakaratsu, were chasing after.
The legend of that Yatakaratsu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you.
Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also a part of the Yatakaratsu?
As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you.
Uncle Bad!
Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right?
Unfortunately, it isn't.
Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking on my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth?
Detective Bad. Wait, no, you're no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatakaratsu.
Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, here, I should give these back to you.
These are the pages from the KG8 case files that the Yatakaratsu stole from my office.
Wait, what? Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night.
So the Yatakaratsu who stole into my office room was you? Was it?
Wait, then that means... What? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG8 incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor, and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. She was the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do it so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatakaratsu, and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano group. Mr. Amano's conglomerate? We called ourselves the Yatakaratsu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart. And Faraday, he died for it.
But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG8 incident?
After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. And that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG8 incident, CCU. She never had a sister.
What? Then that means...
Tina wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto U was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring.
She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning.
Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto this page of the case file. Please use it wisely.
Trump card?
That photo that we stuck on there. Try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago.
It's a mark of the Yatakaratsu. But why?
This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Cochin had on him at the time of the KG8 incident, 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU.
But why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatakaratsu?
The reason why we called ourselves the Yatakaratsu was because of the three-legged raven mark the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze. Do you mean the cards were written in Ablaze ink? The fact that the card that Cochin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. So that's what those white cards are. The great thief that used the mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you. What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KGA incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important definitive piece of evidence. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano. And he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally, after the other day's kidnapping case. This video! What? Don't come any closer! I'm warning you! This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. Yeah, it would have seemed that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday. And the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence. Then that card was not the calling card of the Atakarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman? The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is... Whether you use them or not is up to you, but they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad. There is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that even now? You really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Atakarasu. Pops! Don't ever lose your detective spirit. Pops! Why is this happening? This isn't justice! Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir!
Is this really the end of a legend? To be continued! March 15th, 12:07 a.m. Theatre Neutralis, lobby. So now we know who the Atakarasu really was. And yet, there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. Before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged.
Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bad gave us.
This piece of evidence from the KGA incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us.
Sure thing, sir.
This man, it's Manny Cochin. And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KC8 incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Romano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece and why someone would want to hide it.
But it's a piece of evidence of a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir.
Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use his apportionment to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage, the ringleader.
Where? Where?
Wait, what was that?
Huh? That bit you played just now.
Please show it to me again. This car. This is something we cannot overlook.
What's that, sir?
Look here, Detective Gumshoe. This is the national flag of the Principality of Codopia. And because it has a national flag on it, we know it is to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is what was a government car doing there?
Miss Von Karma, Mr. Edgeworth. So you were here all this time.
Ambassador Alba.
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. If only I was even a tiny bit careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry.
This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were.
You idiot, Corcus. You can't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that?
Excuse me?
I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating a country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. They're scaring the visitors away. So I hope that you can understand how I feel.
Ugh. But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues.
Why don't we leave the rest to the Alabastion and Bobolese police?
Ambassador! We are so close! Just a little more and...
Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. Without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right?
That's true. However, as we said at the very beginning, this area could be considered to be Alabastion soil. In which case, we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends?
Kifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Kifu, this way. Yo!
Agent Long, you're back on the scene rather quick.
If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Long, why have you returned?
Because I have to resolve...
Because I have to solve this case no matter what. Well, I'm sorry to inform you. And don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Grr. Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable.
At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close.
Ambassador Alba, I get it now, I really do. Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You...
No?
The... Killer? Do you really mean that, Agent Long? Wolves don't lie. Then who is it? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all Sheena. Longji says, the truth lies not at the exits, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was the second killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Francisco Von Karma.
I was the killer? Hey, wait! But that's impossible!
Yeah! Although, that whip is actually quite... Oh!
Hold your tongue in that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Long, are you seriously accusing her of murder?
Yeah, I am.
He doesn't appear to be joking.
Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech. He called you into his office, right?
Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything?
I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabas and Babel, did you not?
And where is your evidence that I am the killer?
Objection!
I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time.
Welcome back!
Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission?
With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I?
Good. Then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that.
As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset, not that I blame her.
I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Ah! Agent Long? As someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to depart, and so that I may clean up my superior's mess.
I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery.
Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabasta yet.
If you like Kayan, then you've got to let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble.
Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay?
Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah! I'm fired up and raring to go!
As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over.
Sounds like this is going to get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride.
Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance.
I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go!
March 15th, 12:53 a.m. Alabastan Embassy, Ambassador's Office.
Okay, now let's go over the facts one more time. Mr. Manny Cochin's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babel. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then the body of Damas II, Mr. Kashinu, was found here in the Alabastan Ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was the Primiduk statue, and that this is actually Babel's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off.
Agent Long, do you understand the full implications of what you are saying?
Objection!
Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Takarasa's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion for the fire.
Even if all that was true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons?
Objection!
Don't worry, I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey now! Look sis, I thought I already told you, I'm not messing around here.
Ah!
This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring. But Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring.
He is right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring, could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine? Grr! Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Franziska, you need to calm down. Because you only know the facts of the Alabastan side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence.
That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of moving weapons as well.
Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of the Master II. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Long. If you can't figure out how the murder of the Master II is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, And the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can.
Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. Let's get this started.
Yes, let's. Border crossing weapons.
One of Alabast's knives was used in Babel to murder Mr. Kochin.
And the murder weapon in the killing of the Master's second Babel's Primadux statue.
Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security.
The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisco will remain a suspect?
You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss.
Agent Long, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself.
What are you talking about?
By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Longxi never said anything to that effect.
You prosecutor. Who do you think you are speaking about Longxi's proverbs like that?
I don't need his proverbs. Because my words are all you will need to see the truth. Rebuttal.
One of Alabast's knives was used in Babel to murder Mr. Kochin.
I concur that this knife crossed over country lines.
Good, but that's not the only thing that did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was only one.
And the murder weapon in the killing of the Master Second is Babel's Primadux statue. So you're saying that the Primadux statue was also brought over by Francisco?
Hold it!
Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense.
And how exactly is she bringing it over?
I haven't figured that out yet.
Hold it!
That's a rather weak statement considering how sure you are.
Maybe, but there is one thing I do know for sure. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security.
Impenetrable? I should hardly think so.
Hold it!
You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world could cross over that?
Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire.
The only way into either embassy is through the doors and at the Ashen Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and the Primadux statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera-equipped, well-guarded doors. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you.
Was Francisca really the only person to have traveled between the two countries?
Hold it!
According to the guards at both doors, she is the only one to go back and forth. The sis there was in Alabast when the Yasakarasu showed up. And then, just before you guys found Mr. Kochin's body, she entered Babel. I think we can assume that that's when she brought the knife to Babel.
Then how do you explain the Primadux statue?
I haven't quite figured that out yet.
Objection!
However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines.
The only things to cross the border are the Primadux statue and the knife? I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Long.
Agent Long, those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight. Oh? The master second was killed with Bobble's Prunus statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's Prunus statue go? The Bobble. Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies.
I guess so. You know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabast and Bobble is her.
Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall. Is that really so, Agent Long?
What allows you time to try and bluff your way out of this? I checked out what the guard said, along with the security camera's footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily.
But suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors.
What other way?
The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I point it out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible world becomes a possibility.
It looks like you've got some clever idea in mind.
I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence.
Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route.
This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries. Maybe it's the guide? No, it wasn't that.
Take that!
Okay, it wasn't that either.
Take that!
Wasn't a belt either.
Take that!
Thank you for the alert. Okay, it wasn't that either.
Take that!
What is the... It wasn't that either.
Take that!
Did I already use the pamphlet? I think I already did. It
Agent Long, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo.
Take
A
that!
supernatural photo? Like I said before. Humans can't fly.
No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well.
And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either.
I wouldn't dream of claiming that.
And I won't allow you to take back what you said either. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor.
Ah! But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka! Very well. You will have your explanation.
It sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is...
Tricky. I don't know. This is the face behind the shadow.
I thought I said that
Take
you'd better
that!
have a good explanation. I can't make heads or tails of what you're trying to say with that.
Was I wrong?
Come on, hurry up and show me what that shadow that's flying through the air is.
Even had you not barked that at me, I would have gladly done so, Agent Long. I need to go over it one more time. The man-shaped shadow that flew through the air, wrapped in the darkness of the night. Its real shape can only be this one thing. Is it one of the statues, then?
Okay, what?
Take that! Not so fast! Take that! Not so fast!
Okay, well, I just lost that. I gotta
Take
restart.
that!
Looks like I've got all the answers I need. Come on, sis. It's time for us to go.
Ah! Agent Long, please wait.
Sorry, but I'm tired of waiting. Because I'm not one for waiting around for others to solve my case.
Ah! Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you do something about this at once. Ah! But I'm at a loss of what to do myself.
Well, I know I have plenty to ask the sis here about. Let's go.
Miles! Is this really where it all ends? That's the truth was lost for all eternity. Okay. I don't know what it is.
Take that! Not so fast! Take that! Not so fast! Take that! Not so fast!
I'm just choosing random. Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the prima
Take that!
You can't be serious.
The Asakurasu, or rather Callisto youth dressed as Agent Sheena, was inside Bobble. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air.
Huh, Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation.
Not so fast!
I know I did.
She launched it through the air? Huh. And how exactly did she do that?
He's literally burying his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier?
Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right?
So just before the murder, Francisco was called here right into this very room. If that's the case, that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Long, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma.
Oh? What are you up to now, pretty boy?
Earlier you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer.
Yeah, I guess I did say something like that.
In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is.
Huh. Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth?
How dare you! As I said numerous times, there is absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. Which is why I would like to hear about it from you. Francisca? I feel that I still don't have enough information. Which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright. So, what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements up until you came into this room.
Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest fast so they can howl no! As you wish.
Movements in Alabast. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Francisca, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. Rebuttal. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring.
Hold it!
Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Asakurasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago, or have you forgotten what happened to you back then? Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself. It looks like you remember the case after all. Of course I do. I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all that. Then after that, after I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office. So you were at the theater as well? Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching that stage show? Well, yes. So Francisco was there. Well, after the show was over and I saw the Steel Samurai off, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech?
Hold it!
For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Asakurasu would plan on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. And in the end, the Takarasu did choose to appear in the rose garden. Even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought that she would use a shadow? Ah! Calm down, Francisca! She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Anyway, there was no one in the rose garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start soon after. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. At that time, Damascus II's body had yet to be found in this room, is that correct?
Hold it!
That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence.
A criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying?
Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you.
Seriously?
Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants.
Oh, I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office. Sure. Alright then. Add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some more details.
So Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he? When I arrived, Ambassador Alba was watering the flowers on the windowsill. For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side. However, the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. It's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself, and is growing them with the utmost care, you know. Yes, the plants in this room, they are like my children. The passion flowers in the flower box in the windowsill are growing beautifully, too. All four of them are in full bloom. Miss Von Karma, what did you just say? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What do I not understand? I don't understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony. Very well. There were 4 large passion flowers in full bloom in the flower box. There were 4. There are only 2 now. I'd like to confirm this with you one more time. There were 4 passion flowers in bloom in that box, correct? Yes, I should hardly think I could have miscounted such eye-catching flowers. There must be a deeper meaning to this statement. It appears that I must take a gamble on its meaning for me to make any progress. The permanent statues were already switched by the time the murder happened. In light of that, what Francisca saw in this room before the crime is of incredible importance.
Oh, look at that! 2 are missing! You can clearly see that.
Francisca, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way.
Huh, I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your word, sis.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this?
Yes, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. Eek!
All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I'm still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant.
Huh, so let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove?
I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I understand. This watering can has a rather robust design. Mr. Edgeworth, why are you telling us stuff we can clearly see for ourselves? Plus, if you keep wasting time talking about that, Miss Von Karma's gonna get arrested. I'd better examine something else. This flower box, it appears to be made of marble. It looks that way. But so what? Is it hiding? Is it something that's so important that you absolutely had to mention it?
No, not exactly, but...
Miles Edgeworth, you do understand our current situation, don't you?
Yes, of course. I am fully aware of the situation.
Oh, then in that case, allow me to ask you once again. Is what the flower box is made out of really all that important?
It would appear that the construction of the flower box is not that important.
The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they're actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports.
Oh, there's plant supports! Look at them! They're this!
Yeah,
but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only 2 here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you.
Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require.
Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight. But I highly doubt it'll last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Long. But we'll see if you have any bite to back up that part after you see this evidence.
The truth of fashion flowers really revealed can be seen in this piece of evidence. Tina, who was supposedly in Bobble the entire time, had these hair sticks on her.
Take that!
That look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers.
And so what? Is this really all that important to the case?
Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight.
Yeah!
Think about it logically, Agent Long. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hand, who was in Bobble the whole time. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue.
Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Bobble.
How did these support sticks find their way to Bobble, and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Aha, so that's why. Agent Long, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape.
It's just another stick, isn't it?
And so it is. But the shape of the support sticks is what is important. But when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is... this?
That's a crossbow! Wait, you're not really suggesting.
I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows.
Yeah!
I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the 2 offices. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statue was transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together.
Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all.
Border crossing part 2.
The Bobble statue was draped in the Asakurasa's clothes and then shot over there. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the primitive statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you?
The primitive statues didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't.
Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact.
It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation.
What?
You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The primitive statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time, and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. Rebuttal.
The Bobble statue was draped in the Asakurasa's clothes and then shot over here?
But that incredible scene just happens to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo.
Huh, and what an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance journalist, right?
Yeah, so I hear.
And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to tabloids.
Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many times, of course. But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If If you had ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely implausible.
Huh. You really believe this stuff you're spewing right now? A courtroom certainly is a strange place if what you say is true. But there really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it. Even if you fire the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them.
But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct?
Hold it!
But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing.
No, that's not necessarily true.
What?
What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions, it's the launching of my conclusions. If the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues.
If it wasn't a statue that was tied to the arrows, then what did the crossbow launch?
The thing that crossbow launched, allow me to show you the answer.
Hold it!
Well, come on then, show me what you've got. But I warn you, I'll know when you're just bluffing.
This is what was launched in the Ablaze office with the crossbow. Is it this?
Take that!
Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion, where I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow.
I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Ablaze embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Ablaze embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alabaster's primitive statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down from the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Bobble's primitive statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Bobble. Going the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Ablaze embassy up to the 5th floor of the Ablaze embassy. How do you explain that?
Aha! I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Long, the motion used behind this trick, I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head?
Motion? What motion?
This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Bobble's primitive statue. Bungee action? A swinging motion was employed.
Huh. You sure thought that went through, Mr. Prosecutor, because if they used that, the statue would swing right into the building's wall.
He does have me there.
For shame! You should sign yourself up for grade school physics for not realizing that.
I'm at a loss for words to that. I need to calm down and think through this once more. There's only one feasible motion that could have been used to send the statue up. Okay, was it rotary? I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously...
Simultaneously? Get real! The statues would collide somewhere along the way.
Not so fast!
Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices?
Objection!
If you shot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to it, a circular belt can be formed.
Long G says, don't object and call it success, but it's beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statue would collide anyway.
Agent Long, as you know, the primitive statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure.
Objection!
And the fact that Bobble statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible.
Long G says, wow!
Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mysterious co-conspirator set themselves up in 2 different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the 2 ends of the wire down on 1 arrow. Then the 2 of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was complete, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babel, where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock. QED.
Ha! Ha 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 ha! Grr!
This proves it, right, Agent Long? That I'm not the killer.
Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor?
The proof is in the pudding, as it were.
Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened?
Ad starts in 1 minute.
Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir.
I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence.
One more? This should be interesting.
You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact?
Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor.
The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that it is right here in this very room. Now then, I believe this is what made a circular belt transportation method possible. Is it the ceiling fan?
Ha! Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again.
The last piece
Take
of the
that!
trick are your 2 pulleys. Precisely. The ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley system for the wires to run on. Okay, be right back. Okay, I'm back. The ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley system for the wires to run on.
Aroo!
This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security.
You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you?
The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabastion and Bobbly's offices, and that the passion flowers and support stage could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case...
Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food.
Why are you so hesitant, my editor? You can't say who it is. Why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here, and this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is.
What is this evidence that well?
And this is it.
Where's my real dessert? How long do you
that!
intend to keep it from me? That piece of evidence isn't satisfying at all.
Ah! Let's stop being so picky with your food. The person who concocted the trick used to smuggle the statues. I should already have the piece of evidence that shows who that is. I just have to present it, no matter what the cost. Hello, bubblegum bitch. What? What could it possibly be?
When did the samurai dogs come into play? Okay, it wasn't that either.
Take that! Not so fast! Take that! Not so fast!
I don't know what it is.
Take that! Not so fast!
Wow, I'm stuck.
getting that either.
Take that!
I don't know what the answer
Not
is.
so fast!
I'm gonna get another game over. Ah, I'm getting another game over.
Take that! Not so fast!
Okay, it wasn't that either.
Take that! Not so fast! Take that! Not so fast!
I don't know what proves this to be true.
Take that! Not so fast!
This smuggling cannot have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers took the time to grow so big. Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both officers had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. As you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box to almost care. Thus it can only be you, Perkis Alba. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I am saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba set out to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. You wanted to examine this? Yes, for I believe that by examining it, we'll finally have all the answers. Long Jesus, items that become evidence should never have any part overlooked. All evidence related to this case are fine and don't need to be examined again. It would appear that I was mistaken. Agent Long is correct. Most of the evidence has already undergone intense scrutiny. However, there is one piece that's only been partially checked, and that piece, which lies at the heart of the smuggling, is what I should present.
that!
Is it the samurai dog? Okay, it wasn't the samurai dog. I wanted it to
Take that! Not so fast! Take that! Not so fast! Take that! Not so fast!
I don't know what the answer to this is either. It wasn't the fireplace either.
Take that! Not so fast! Take that!
Ah, I just lost again.
Not so fast!
Maybe I should look up this answer too. Okay, it looks like I have to present the Permaduck statue. The alabaster one. I would fully understand the reasoning behind the situation with the reverse. However,
Take
it
that!
doesn't make trouble swapping the real Permaduck statue for the fake. I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Primadux himself?
I see. Ambassador will be examining the statue now, with or without your permission.
guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador? I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. Looks like there's a gap. Hey, you're right! Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret? Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction.
What?
Hurry up and open it, Miles. Alright, here it goes. Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. What in the... is this?
Hey, is this what I think it is?
It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow, it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates, and the reason why the replica was smuggled into Ablaze to begin with. The primitive statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat, and the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances made the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into the Master Second. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue of the Master Second and then in order to friend the Steel Samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba?
You're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country is a mess, and it's all because of you?
You're the one who killed the Master Second? Answer us.
I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Kochin.
Quit screwing around!
I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the over to a dead man. If there is one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Quirkus Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Long. Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but, and is a result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you? It looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me? You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What?
Agent Long, I demand an explanation.
Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning.
You did?
I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around.
Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francisco of the murder. Using Francisco's debate, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights.
Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I thought the ambassador would have given me okay to poke around.
So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Long, for giving me such a great opening, I thank you.
You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow, if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic.
The evidence detectives collected... The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right?
I don't know about all that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man go what's coming to him. Oh, you're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you?
Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto this. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me.
Agent Long, I wish we could stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Don't be such a sore loser. If If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity.
Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing called evidence. Grr! I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for the state.
Objection!
It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything.
It doesn't make sense. Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense? Grr!
He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. It's proof that Interpol has been after her, which points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence.
Needless to say, we Von Karmas are committed to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time.
I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma. And I won't follow the path of the Otakarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand here and now. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that! There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law, too, crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this.
Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life.
It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates.
Oh, is that what it is?
This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Kochin.
Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession?
Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatakarasu.
The Yatakarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense, and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader?
I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given.
What?
This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG-8 incident.
The KG-8 incident?
The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate.
Oh well, very interesting. I must admit, I am very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you presented.
The prey the Otakarasu have been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has had free reign for 10 years to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. March 15th, 1:34 a.m. Theatre Neutralis lobby.
So, what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me?
The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir!
What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves that the card was used to relay an order. Take a look at this area.
What about that area? My eyes aren't what they used to be, so I can't see what you're pointing at too well. But from what I can see, it doesn't look like it's related to our conversation.
It's It's unrelated. I need to remain calm and take another look at this footage. What is the vital clue that shows us that the card was used to relay an order? As you can see, Mr. Cochin is holding the card in his right hand.
Take that!
The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same, doesn't mean that they are, does it now?
Ah, but there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belongs to the victim of the KG8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This card that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Codopian government card.
What?
Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage.
How would you be able to do that?
This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Codopia. This section will make it all clear to us.
You must be very tired of this work. If you continue presenting completely irrelevant evidence like this, I'm afraid your investigation may fall apart.
Perhaps it is time for you to retire. Wait! Ah, but I was so sure that it was this area. Alright, focus, Miles. The area I should be pointing out is definitely here.
Take that!
It wasn't that, it wasn't that. The shape of this pocket and the directions card in it. It tells us that without a doubt this person in this car is Mr. Cochin.
Burn.
The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day.
Arrgh! Ha ha ha.
Second form!
You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, I bet you're claim that I was riding in the car at the time. That's going to be mighty difficult to prove.
How so?
The Principality of Codopia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist.
That arrogance! What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them.
Are we finished here, boy?
The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him. What the? Ambassador Alba!
Yes, what is it?
Take that!
You were once an army man on the surface of Codopia. And it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct?
Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy?
Although, to be sure,
the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Codopia.
But now I am the only one who owns this particular medal. In that case, the only person it could be who was sitting in this car is you.
How do you figure that?
By the medal captured here in this footage? It is clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest.
What?
This is how it will be, but I won't look back. For this is the path that I have chosen.
You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me?
It's almost looking possible, isn't it? With a lot of you have come this far. It looks like I just might lose our little game this time.
You might lose the game this time? You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador.
Is that a fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt.
You're going to confess?
And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result.
What the?
Regarding the Mask the Second murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense.
You're claiming it was justified self-defense?
The Mask the Second attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him.
What a pathetic performance. I'm not giving you one.
Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we'll need some evidence.
It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked.
What?
I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should.
But the Master Second didn't have a single weapon on his body.
Hold on, it's nothing to get worked up over because I hid the weapon.
You hid it?
I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears.
Ooh, it's covered in blood.
He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both a wound and a weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. No way!
Oh, which reminds me, I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on.
Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus for your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you.
The murder of the Master Second was done in self-defense? In my trials, no man escapes his crimes alive.
Perhaps so, if you're my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten.
And what is that?
Ah! Ah!
Oh, that's what you mean. Oh my god.
Extraterritoriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastan soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts.
Agent Long, what is Interpol's stance on this?
Agents investigate, that's our job. The judging of people who have confessed to their crime, that's the court's job.
And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Long. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective, even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts.
That arrogance and your expression, that's nothing like the face of someone who is ready to accept the consequences. So tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right at your hands.
These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it is no big deal. Alabast has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game.
These two layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court.
You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers.
Is there nothing we can do? To be continued. Again?
Pretty long.
March 15th, 2:11 a.m. Theatre Neutralis, lobby.
I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality.
Yes, and there is nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that! Even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him.
I know. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of.
If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were the laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as a Takadasu and take care of this myself.
Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry, that was a bit too hard.
I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of the country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job.
What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Come on, everyone, we can't give up yet. okay? I want you to think about something for a sec. You've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here.
He's right.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well, let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you.
Okay, then I'll go check out Bobble a bit more, sir.
And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabast. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion Flowers data erased from my organizer. Begin investigation. Ambassador Alba seems agitated over something. I wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastan soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. Cool, it sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And Murder Damas II run a smuggling operation and make counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cushion and Bobble. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Bobble also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point. The ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses. Wow, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me. I sound like some sort of botanist. What exactly is this yellow flower here? That one, I'm not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive. I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically. I bet he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile. Hey, please try to remain calm and focus on the here and now. Yeah, you're right. Sorry I got all worked up there. Well, the only way we're going to be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating. There's that troublemaker standing there smack in the center making two peace signs. Wow, the Steel Samurai stands out even more than the two ambassadors in this picture. Oh hey, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right?
No, I have no idea who he is.
Wait, but you just said he. You know which gender he was, so you must know him, right?
I beg that you please refrain from talking about the person with me ever again.
Mr. Poliano has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy that they were going to become Kadopia again. Perhaps, but instead he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him who was always thinking of his country is really to be admired. Yeah, although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday. I hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Kadopia walked away. And we will! It seems that lilies are at the center of this bouquet, with an accent of chamomile. Wow! I can totally smell the wonderful fragrance! Hey, this is just a picture. Ah, look, I know that! But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? Where's your sense of empathy? If you can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo, that's more like a hallucination. You don't have to be mean about it! Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom. Deduce? It's a counterfeit plate used to make counterfeit Genfa bells. It's incredibly detailed, and even includes a phoenix taking off into the sky. With plates as finely crafted as these, it's no wonder the fakes are so hard to spot. I'll need to come back to that later. Flowers are sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill event. Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors. There are so many bouquets here, it's like a wedding ceremony. I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason. What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Alamaz and Babel, right? Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce. Okay then, this event was supposed to be the remarriage ceremony. I suppose you could call it that. It's a backdrop they used in the Steel Samurai stage show today. I love the climax of that show. Steel Samurai Sushi Flash! That was the first time I'd seen that special move. But, well, the Gem and Ninja stage show's climax is much better, of course. Oh, is that a fact? That scene where he sang for Princess Misola and gave her those hair sticks? I could totally feel the love there in my heart. Perhaps the Gem and Ninja is just more popular with female audiences. These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios? I think I've read this already before. Redeeming Hydrate. Hello, Jonas.
Jonas is water just redeemed Hydrate.
On the orders of Ambassador Alba, no one is allowed into Alabast.
But I thought a lady with a whip passed through here not long ago.
She is from Interpol and had the proper paperwork. So while I was reluctant, I had to let her in.
Sounds like Francisca, alright.
Besides, if I didn't, that whip of hers?
Yep, definitely Francisca.
Hello and welcome to the Embassy of Babel.
I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time.
Right now, for a limited time here at the Babelese Embassy, we're offering a very special experience of Terrifying Fire's Ashes Tour. So how about it? Shall I sign you up?
We're fine, thanks. We have an investigation to run. Something that he's seen before. Something else to look at? Nope. That?
Eureka!
Okay, it wasn't that. up the answer. Okay, it's with a knife. Ravel's national symbol is the butterfly, and Alabastus is the flower.
Eureka!
It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife? Ah! Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried to the Triatum Neutralis, and the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing. Ooh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. The knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon. Is there nothing else I can look at? Yes? We've come too far to give up. We must expose Ambassador Alba's misdeeds, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, of course. And we've got to find a way to steal the truth and get it out there, for my father's sake. Yes, and we will. The reason for Ambassador Alba's nervousness must still be here somewhere. Furthermore, I need to pin down exactly what happened in here. I'll start by thoroughly examining this room for any information I can find. Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't pay attention, Ambassador Alba's gonna get away. Yes, I know. Now hurry up and do that swing thing you always do. I have no idea what you were talking about. What? You don't? Oh, come on, you know what I'm talking about. That thing you do. Are you talking about logic? Yes, that's it. So hurry up and let's swing already. Alright. To be honest, it's been a bit hard to connect everything up until now by just looking. However, I should be able to piece things together to get another look at my leads. Perhaps now is the time to use logic and reason my way to the truth. They don't go together. Those don't go together either. Oh, those go together. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary material, such as the bubbly ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. What do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. Right, so we can assume the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed is the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? It's the one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the co-conspirator who is mopping up, Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Man and Cochin. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten precedent we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed. Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it! Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Palliano to be ambassador after the reunification? Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabas's Primaduck statue. So Mr. Cochin hired a Master Second to go steal it for him, but when Ambassador Alba found out he was up to, he called Mr. Cochin? He killed him? It is definitely a possibility at this point. Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast, but Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Bobble, right? Right, and that is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Kochin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Ablaze and Mr. Kochin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is... The only place that makes sense is here at the Theatrum Neutralis. What?
Take that!
Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been in is here. But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. That wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has. It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Bobble post-haste. Bobble's records should be easy to obtain. However, the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see the records despite the order to vacate. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Franziska, I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Bobble. You would do well to take a look at its contents. You move fast. Avant Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Bobble investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case. I'm sorry about earlier. We won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Hasn't he patronized me enough already for a lifetime? This video contains footage from Alabast's immigration screening area. I really hope there's something in here that we can use. (5:21 p.m.) Okay, Ambassador Alba. Then the Steel Samurai. Which minute's footage should I examine? I can't believe how completely fooled I was by the way he carried himself. He had me fooled too. According to the files I had sent for earlier, Ambassador Alba was a Kodopian hero. He saved the royal family from danger countless times. What bothers me is why would a man like that create a smuggling ring? Even without the authority I have, I still haven't been able to figure out why. It sounds as the ambassador was a hero who was corrupted by evil. But no matter what happened in the past, we can't let the man he is now escape justice. Those are posters of this country's tourist spots, though most are of Gatewater land. I wonder if Alabastians in general like theme parks at all? The guard who stopped you has been to Gatewater land a number of times apparently. I guess they don't have theme parks in Alabast, huh? It's the door leading to the Theatrum Neutralis. The more the guy tried to keep me out, the more I wanted to get in. It's human nature. But I guess I can't complain too much. I did get let inside in the end. At least nothing seems out of the ordinary with the door. This man is the immigration officer who was on duty. He's making the exact same scary face that he was making a minute ago. Average says in 1 minute. Wait, is it just me or is he blushing? It appears that he gets flustered around the ambassador. I guess the ambassador is well respected inside Alabast too. You could say that. The guard doesn't appear to be capable of looking at the ambassador. Something about this lump shape struck you as odd? Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape? No, there is clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had the push card itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Next, let us check the footage from Bobble's security camera. In a little bit. Be right back. Ad break starts soon. I'm back. I hope it shows us something good. Hooey, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything.
That right there is a contradiction.
Huh? Did I miss something?
You didn't miss anything. Because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country.
Wasn't his body found in Bobble?
It would appear that the true face of our final couple has finally revealed itself.
Investigation complete.
Ambassador Alba. I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth.
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil.
You've had your fun, and I have enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done and it's game over.
No! Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I'm heading to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it.
Ugh.
Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba? Ambassador Palliano? Even just a teeny bit fine is fine with me. The already strained relationship with our country is in a precarious situation, you know. Very well. If you insist, I will play just one round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther.
Ambassador Palliano!
Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish for is the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right.
Thank you for your vote of confidence.
Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question.
That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear an alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Kochen.
Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun.
This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I wouldn't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Ambassador Alba's alibi.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here.
Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Bobble. That is my alibi. So that is your alibi?
That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Bobble. Now that we have cleared that up, I'd appreciate if you would move out of my way.
I said hold it.
What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question.
You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question.
What?
Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing.
Very well. I'll play along with you just a little longer.
Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors. You are forbidden to lose. Of course, that is something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatakaratu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on. Through me. That's why we've just got to catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have it the truth now, shall we?
No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same.
Rebuttal.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here.
Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of ambassador.
Hold it!
Don't you think that the combination is more than enough reason for suspicion? Then there is the matter of the crossbow arrows and the primitive statues.
All of that is nothing more than your flights of fancy.
What do you mean by that?
Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Koji and I were fellow smugglers.
Is
That's not a hypothesis. Earlier, we proved it to be what happened.
Hold it!
Well, let's leave that to one side for now, because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive. Oh? So you really had no reason to kill Mr. Kochan? If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, there is nothing more than a silly game to me. Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate if you would take me seriously. Sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well. A game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. And let's see you disprove it. How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. In that case, what motive would I have had to kill my co-conspirator? Are you serious that just because you were partners that you had no motive to kill?
Hold it!
I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion. Haha! Looks like he's not going to admit himself that he was in league with Mr. Kochan. I suppose not. But I do know his relation to the smuggling ring and to Mr. Kochan. You mean he's the ringleader and that Mr. Kochan was his subordinate, right? Correct. But I know more than just that. Miss Von Karma, I'm sure you remember the safe in Mr. Kochan's office, correct? Yes. The safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it? Yes, and why do you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Kochan's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back? So Mr. Kochan didn't turn the goods over, but decided instead to keep them for himself? I suppose that's possible. It seems to me that both of them were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being. And that means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all. But Ambassador Alba had to gain? I believe that it's his motive for killing Mr. Kochan. What are you people whispering about amongst yourselves over there? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony. But to get to the point, I was in Alabast the whole time. And what exactly did you do while you were in Alabast? I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai, and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, the thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise. Are you saying that it was the Master's second that made the first move?
Objection!
Yes, and it was after that. It was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head with a Prima Duck statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense. Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did.
Objection!
Cover up? No, my boy, I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth. You weren't planning to admit to it, which is why you tried to play the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now. I'm terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better, but I am a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know? Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Kochan, didn't you?
Objection!
Man is evil, and I'm sure you are familiar with the facts.
Objection!
Mr. Kochan was killed in Babel while I was all the way in Alabast. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babel. That is my alibi. You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Kochan in Babel. And you are correct. Oh, I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight, but you must... I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight, but if you must concede to me... The only thing I'm conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babel. I'm not conceding that your alibi is the truth. Oh, I see. However, no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi. You'd be wise not to underestimate the prosecutor of this country. We'll see about that. Mr. Kochan was a friend of Ambassador Alba. If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? It's not like in the case of my father where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is we don't know what their exact relationship was. Indeed, if they had complete trust in each other, then there was no reason for murder. However, both of them were very selfish, and I believe that is from where his motive arose. Damn, wasn't that...
Objection!
did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Kochin had betrayed you. You had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into a big mess. I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument. I never use guesswork in moving like cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Kochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the steps of Alabast's Prima statue. By killing him and pushing all the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Are you finished with your hypothesizing?
Excuse me?
Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right?
I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin.
Now then, if you will excuse me...
Wait, what?
I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question.
Ah!
Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was. He was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death. That is something for Bobble to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to.
Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Palliano.
I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears.
There's no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Palliano.
Ugh, we must find some way to stop him from leaving. It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home.
Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. Hey, like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, your Sakadasu legacy will live on through me. Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You should leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize me?
No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer?
Wait, where have we seen that before? How did you put my father Bern Faraday left for us?
Did you say Bern Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's organizer. So tell me this is the one from the second KG8 incident? The one in which he wrote about the Atakadasu's key? Yes, this organizer belongs to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu kill 7 years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me.
Inside this organizer, he wrote out every detail of everything evil thing you did.
What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me.
If you won't believe me, then take a look at this.
And what is that toy there?
This thievery device was used by the Sakadasu, or rather, by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy.
What?
These two pieces of evidence that hold information the Sakadasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabast, right up behind you.
Little girl, get to the point.
I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these two pieces of evidence.
The Sakadasu. Ever the thorn in my side.
Hey, does that organizer really contain any information on this dirty dealing? It's nothing case-breaking, really. Then it was just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of a little thief is troublesome enough for me. For him. The two pieces. Aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end. Hey. When the going gets tough, someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this, too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony.
How dare you all, barring a person like me.
Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please.
Drunk.
Alright, but this is the absolute last. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Palliano's office, you won't stop me. I can't let this opportunity chaos created for me go to waste. Alaba's Alibi, Part 2. The last time I met with Mr. Kojin was here as a Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabama for the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cogent again after that. So you see, there was no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Now, since the people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you though, you've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions, and you will be punished. So any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case? In that case, the only thing you can do is to present the correct evidence. Understood? Of course, I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Kocha was killed before he returned to Babel, in which case there is only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. Rebuttal. Alibi is that there was no time span in which he could have killed Mr. Kochen.
Hold it!
Yes, because I was in the theater watching the stage show. Hey, Mr. Wedgeworth, do you remember seeing him sitting in the audience? I'm sorry, but I don't remember anything outside of what was going on stage. You shouldn't have been so focused on the show and paid attention to your surroundings. Mr. Edgeworth, it is a fact that Ambassador Alba came to the theater. But I guess you didn't know that because you didn't see him at the Steel Samurai show. Well, I do recall that he and you had a photo shoot with the Steel Samurai. It looks like you are finally beginning to understand. Now then, will that be all? No, wait! I'm not finished yet! You're not very good at listening, are you? I told you I don't have the time to listen to a bunch of useless questions. The time remaining for me to find the truth has just been blown away. Amazing, diplomats really do know how to craft answers that don't answer anything. If the only place he met the victim was at the theater, then when was he killed? We know that Mr. Koshin didn't return to Babu alive, which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here. And that means that he was planning to kill Mr. Koshin from the start. You never saw Mr. Koshin again after you left the theater?
Hold it!
That's correct. I'm an incredibly busy man, you know. So it was more likely that Mr. Koshin ran into Ambassador Poliano. Even now, you would push his murder onto someone else? How dare you, saying that I would kill Manny. Ambassador Alba, I demand that you refrain from making baseless conjectures. I was merely offering a possibility. No, this won't do. I can already see this is turning into an international incident. Who exactly is pressing who here? In any case, what I need to do is stay positive and forge on. Now then, will that be all? No, wait! I'm not finished yet!
Objection!
You met with the victim here? I was watching the Steel Samurai, as was Mr. Kochin, who was sitting nearby. I've been meaning to ask, why invite the Steel Samurai as a guest for an embassy event? I like Steel Samurai Daddy, so I asked for him to be at the event. I see. So is my Ambassador Alba's request. Now then, will that be all? No, wait!
Objection!
Do you have anyone who can testify that you never left Alabas after that?
Hold it!
Of course I do. I was in front of a large crowd to give my speech, wasn't I? I guess he's not lying about being in Alabas the whole time. Yes, as long as he's willing to admit to Damax's second murder, then I suppose so. But he keeps saying that it was justified self-defense. Oh, I get it. Okay, so if we were to pretend to be a ropeplex, and then tripped into Mr. Metals really hard, that's kind of self-defense, right?
That's not self-defense. That's just being careless.
You never know until I try it.
I suggest that you don't, especially since you've given me a statement of intent. Now then, will that be all?
No.
I just lost again.
Objection!
Yeah, it really is game over, Edgeworth.
I don't have any. Which part of my evidence can I use?
Maybe it's this? Oh, damn, it wasn't.
Objection!
Damn it.
Objection! Objection!
like you to take a look at this
Objection!
picture. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, alright. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again? This is the knife that killed Mr. Kochin. I see you recognize it as well you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai. Meaning that you come as a coach in here at the theater. Wahahaha! It's time for me to catch my flight. We're not through yet!
Objection!
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Objection!
But I thank you for your entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. You won't be returning to this country ever. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right, this man is an ambassador. He has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. The courts? Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end? Agent Long!
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor.
Get out of my way, my plane is scheduled to take off soon.
Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba.
I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do it, it will spark an international incident, Agent.
Sorry, but no, it wouldn't.
What?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked.
What you mean revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through.
Longji says, before aiming for the throat, shoot the neck skills off first. Interpol headquarters in the Imperial household of the King of Ablaze took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it.
The Imperial household? What have you done?
You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Miss Alba.
What?
What? Effective today. Effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videos hesitant for this.
The videos that Takaratsu protected?
You can be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of this heinous lost-case Longji. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off.
It can't be! I don't believe this!
My ambassadorship has been revoked. Ah, looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing.
Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him. Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador.
Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? So try to lift away the mask and see you who you really are, Mr. Alba.
No! I won't be stopped now!
Objection!
He still intends to fight us? But what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me.
I expected no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Coach in the theater. But even if that's true, there was a knife in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Bobble? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous. I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not.
Objection!
It's Ambassador Alba. Are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. Alba's Alibi, Part 3. I killed Mr. Coach in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Coach's body was discovered in Bobble, right? There was no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Bobble. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too?
You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right?
Not so
Do you think
fast!
that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you?
As if I care.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything.
I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he's just another witness. Yes, just another witness. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy.
And get him good.
I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony? Rebuttal. I killed Mr. Koshin in the theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet? Okay, that wasn't correct.
Objection!
If we retrace Mr. Alba's movements, we should find some hints to solving this case. Well, right after the Steel Samurai stage show, he went back to Alabast, right?
From there, he started preparing for his speech in the Alabastian embassy.
It does sound like it wasn't possible for him to have gone to the Babylese embassy. He couldn't have gone to Babel, but the body didn't remain at the theater either. Is it possible that the body was temporarily taken to a different location first?
Objection!
Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps we should give this a look. What is that supposed to be? It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area. Did I congratulate you on getting your hands on it? Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every move. Thank you for the warning. Now, if you take a look at this section here, this bump here inside the push card, you know what's causing it? Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the push card. What is the meaning of showing me that?
Take that!
It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Kochin's body. He had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene.
Gah! What a guess! But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it.
I admit that for now, it is but a hypothesis. However,
If you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people.
Sorry I took so long, Mr. Edward, sir.
Gummy? Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart?
Yes, sir. I found it in the open air stage area.
That's where you went.
The detective spirit that Pops left with me with. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case?
Yes, it just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open air stage area did you find this pushcart?
I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir.
Oh? Well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Steel Samurai Daddy used this pushcart to wheel the Iron Infant around. The Iron Infant is the Steel Samurai's and the Pink Princess's kid, right? Yes, he made an appearance at the end of the stage show. It was a rather fitting end to the whole thing. That the Steel Samurai was unwittingly forced to move the body is just unforgivable.
It's blood.
This must be Mr. Kochin's blood, which only goes to prove that Mr. Kochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Kochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
I forced him to move the body into Alabast?
Objection!
What nonsense! Why would I bother to do such a thing?
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to move stop and bobble. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast.
No!
If I can show how you moved the body from Alabast to Babel, then I win.
But you can't! The security between the two countries is incredibly tight!
I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast.
Burn!
Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means there is no question that can't be answered, right? The primitive statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logical flaw somewhere I can exploit. Movements in Alabast.
After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatakarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
It looks like you left out a few things. Such as the murder of Damas II. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office.
Those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I just so hate to waste time.
What? Is not every life precious?
Do you really need me to answer that for you?
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society.
Objection!
Well, he'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction.
He's really full of himself, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
How can he be so confident at a time like this?
Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like.
Rebuttal.
After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with a Steel Samurai shaking hands.
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around.
Hold it!
The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time. And the doctors recommended that she rest.
Wow, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels. Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh?
But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over?
You did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for a speech. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Takarasu appeared. Now Takarasu was just a trick that you had set up.
Hold it!
A most amusing joke, and how do you propose that I set it up? If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the rose garden so that when you were taken to the stage, the audience would see the Takarasu's shadow. Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me.
What's it going to take for you to fess up to anything?
Very well then, let's move on to a different question. After the Takarasu appeared, what was the state of the rose garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then, once everyone was inside, well, I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office. And what happens after you return to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this, however, upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Masked Man. And I don't want to keep on repeating this, either.
Objection!
He was the Mask the Second. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Prima Duck statue, he was supposed to steal, and had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man, being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. His Von Karma is really letting her whip fly now.
Eek! I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it.
She must be at the limit of her patience as well. The physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he is actually guilty of anything. Are we finished, dear? Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Bobble?
Sure.
Miss Edgeworth!
Sure. Even after proving so much. Is he going to get away with it?
Is this the end? It appears that we made it just in time. It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle.
Evil Magistrate, it is time for you to pay.
It's the Steel Samurai? No, you're mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of the old Tokyo. And this is Big Princess Mommy.
Edgy Poo!
No! The two people that I wanted to see the least.
Larry! What are you two doing here?
Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help. Yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single blast of my samurai spear.
Go away!
How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo?
All the others came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us?
Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey! Is it just me or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah! I found him in Bobble, but he was in the middle of the pool. Wait a second. Mary, go back to what you just said. It appears that we made it. Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Bobble? And he found it in a pool? I don't recall there being one in Bobble. Oh, that! Well, I was in Ablaze the whole time. So I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Bobble. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. But I found him in... That's enough, Larry.
Hold
The
it!
Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the two countries. The key to the route that Iron Infant took to travel from Ablaze to Bobble is... that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
There's a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. This is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Coach's body lies.
Does something like that really exist, sir?
An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine.
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
Take that!
It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time.
You will stay here with us and wait.
Not so fast!
This is Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden.
Just I suspected. What is it? The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Bobble side. Mr. Coach's body was moved into Bobble through the pool in Alabaster. Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor.
Objection!
If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any. The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool. It was the Bobblese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected. And where is your proof that the two sides are connected?
Objection!
The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant. What? This blasted doll!
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey, don't tell me. You guys figured everything out without me?
We did thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's not unlikely the body just happens to have passed on through to Bobble. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I can believe it made it, but
he has a point. Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body could swim through a pipe?
You see, Miss Edgeworth? Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over.
Agent Long, why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He realized the flaw in my argument is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer.
And another thing. Mr. Coach's body was found in his office in Bobble. So what happened to his body after it was transported to open air stage?
Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Bobble, remember?
You mean, you know, right?
With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office. Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body? That's right! Miss Gina was drowned if she did that. It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. It looks like your hypothesis about how the body would move is only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body. What? Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements. What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Bobble? Ew! If only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. Get rid of the water? Aha! That's it! Now, I believe this time we really are done, right? Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
Objection!
You're a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water? Move the body through the water? That's completely unrelated to how it was done. Excuse me? The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time.
What do you mean there wasn't any water?
Because it was all being used to put out the fires. Just what it sounds like. Today's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. Tonight, the Takaratsu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babalisa.
Take that!
In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border. So what? The water level went down? The reservoir was
Objection!
any of this matter? You can't prove any of this. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. I haven't lost yet. I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route.
I know that.
I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway?
I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either.
It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up out of the pool.
Ladders or footholds along the walls? There was no need for such things.
What do you mean?
If one was to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will.
Oh, it looks like you've got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already.
The way in which Machina and the body were able to rise up to the ground level, if there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. This was used so that the body and Machina could move up and down in the pool. Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts, in a manner of speaking.
Take that!
The fountain spouts? How so?
The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Machina and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Babalee side in the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Kochan's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance, in preparation for things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the rose garden, and pushed it along with the iron infant and Mr. Kochan's body into the pool. As such, 1 minute. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire on Bobble. She then made for the open air stage's pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in the pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the push cart from Alabaster to Bobble. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fire fountain spouts once more. And the water level rose up to its original level, leaving along with Miss Sheena and the body. After all, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. Okay, be right back.
Okay, I'm back. There's an elevator in the embassy after all. So you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Coachin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved.
No!
Well, ex-ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I knew you could do it, Miss Edgeworth. Way to fight back!
You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me.
The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now? Proof, I believe is what he seeks.
Yes, proof. Without any, who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened?
He wants proof? What are we going to do, Mr. Edgeworth? There's no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. This is what Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area. So too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Bobble's open-air stage area.
And what exactly is this?
I have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Bobble East side will be your undoing.
A guitar pick?
Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were? Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick. What? What? Thank you for the lark. This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it, after all. But since you don't, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to. Yeah, what does this belong to? Uh-huh. I noticed that the flower looks like a guitar pick. from this? I never even noticed that. Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Koten.
Take that!
On the handle of this knife, there is a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that open slot. It's a perfect fit! I assumed that the petal must have fallen off of the flower during Mr. Koten's murder. And then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Koten's body. That's an interesting story, nothing more.
Objection!
Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, the flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet? You say? Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage area on the Bobbly side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose's Garden pool on through into Babel.
Impossible! The people of Jinfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home will be there soon. You should be happy. Why?
Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life. No matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
You can't call what you did a perfect argument.
Objection!
You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit to his wrongdoing, Mr. Edward. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with are people who refuse to admit when they're lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually. You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. To be continued. March 15th, 3:33 a.m. Theatrical Chalice Lobby. As if there is anything else for me to testify about. I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Koten. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrical Chalice. Very well. I suppose I could tell you about that. Because all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. The Steel Samurai show. I watched for the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the content of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. A little vague, aren't you? So, you were in the theater proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai. Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who was cool. Yeah, and the Steel Samurai special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Edgy! Who is she? Who is this super cute girl? She's been standing here this whole time, knowing now he notices her. Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation. Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yeah, it's okay. I'm Blurry Butt. Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at this time like this.
Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle. You got that?
I know. This is the end.
For that man there. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll get trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Have no fear. I will finish the job. This really is the end game. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. Rebuttal. I watched for the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out on the audience. The last row? I should think that an ambassador would have had a special seating reserved.
Hold it!
I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai show as well, so I gave him one of the good seats for them. It was good enough for me to simply see him.
Hey, the Steel Samurai wasn't the only hero. Let's not forget about the pink princess here.
My dear madam, if you continue to thrust about like that, your hip may begin to hurt again.
Oh my! Well, aren't you the considerate person when you want to be? But this young butterfly's on the side of edgy poo, so you can spare me the flirtatious come-on.
Wow, he's completely frozen!
In frustration, perhaps. I dare say she can be one rather trying opponent. In any case, Mr. Alba, can you actually prove to us that you were watching the show?
I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose.
Are you admitting then that you have no way of proving to us that you were watching?
Hold it!
Quiet! You buzz in my ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly until the end of what I have to say, then perhaps you should pack up and get out of my face. I see that you're willing to be a bit more receptive now. While it's true that it may be difficult to prove that I was on the audience,
I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself.
Hold it!
That's nice. That's nice! Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture. I wasn't planning to let him...
Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And did you think the climax's team in today's show was just totally awesome?
Yes, I remember that well, and that spectacular special move.
The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate, early summer rain jab. Well, that scene will live on in my heart forever.
Is that how it was? I totally forgot about that. How can you forget your own special moves? That's a special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear.
Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not?
If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move? I suppose you are correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me.
One of the features of a never-before-seen early summer rain jab move.
Early summer rain jab was the move that was to be unveiled today.
And because I saw a brand new special move, I believe it now confirms my alibi. How sad. The only way he's got to protect himself is that he watched the Steel Samurai. I guess this guy really has nothing else left.
Yes, and to avoid arrest, you can bet he'll say or do anything. But with all of us here, there will be no escape for him.
Yeah, what better way to bring him to justice?
Now then, let us continue with your testimony, Mr. Alba.
Very well. The Steel Samurai special move in the various other scenes. Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
I agree. Today will be a day to remember. Especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you've committed.
What? Hey! That's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Yeah, actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed.
You may act all surprised, but naturally you remember this line, don't you?
Of course I do. I just don't understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all.
Then allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more.
Hey, then that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh?
Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose then yes. I do believe it's about time to bring the curtains down on this with a bang. He and myself were also in the audience in the Steel Samurai stage show.
He's got nothing on the Gamma Ninja, but he was still cool enough, I guess. Wasn't my brand new special finishing move totally rad?
No, don't tell me. It was you who thought of the special move?
Yep. Now what was it again? Extremely silly brain jab. Was that it? No, wait, it was double breaking chop. No, that doesn't sound quite right.
How can you forget a move you came up with? The final piece of Mr. Alba's alibi is that he was watching the Steel Samurai show. However, he was busy killing Mr. Coach and he should not have had the time to do so. Okay, and it's this.
Objection!
Today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
You little irritating gnat.
Objection!
You think you trip me up by asking the same question over and over?
That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this.
The samurai spear? What about it?
The spear actually never made it on stage today.
Excuse me?
Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Hey, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight? It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. Correct, because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Marcus Alba, you didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai Stage show tonight, did you?
Aha, so if he wasn't watching the show tonight...
Then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Cochin instead. So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Ha 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 ha! What is so funny? You're so sloppy, and so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watch the show, or most of it in any case. What do you mean by most of it? You see, during the show, I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when the dramatic scene was played out on stage.
That is the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal. Just because he got the name of the move wrong. We can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all.
As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show. Honest. As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in the seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan, ever. As with his gatekeeping. Who was that just now? It would be I, young lady. Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that? Izzy, please hold for a second, beg. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Sam-maniac.
What exactly is this Steel Sam-maniac, pal?
I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one because I'm the Steel Samurai. I will never acknowledge you as a true Steel Samurai. What do you think you're so worked up over, Mr. Edward? It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was the most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart. The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't render me thicker. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Cochin. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for? Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff knew about.
Wait, it was a secret?
Larry, wait, what did you just say? Huh? Did I say something stupid again? Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before? Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. That's kind of how we decided the name of the move. But by that time, I had already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. Long story short, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kind of pretended that early summer's rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the moves, we made it a secret. So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake. It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move. Hold those lips of yours, Steel. What the heck, old man? I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise of wasting time with like a kid's show. Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you. How dare you! I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony. Ha! So now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications being read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Corcus Alba.
You're the one who said it yourself, that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start. So,
Just what are you driving at?
But the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud.
Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of the move?
And because I only think of one way you could have, no.
Focus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of this special move. You know the name because you asked about it. You asked a member of the staff, that is.
I know, didn't that samurai say just a few seconds ago the people who knew were ordered to keep quiet about the move?
I somehow thought that he could have simply asked someone and gotten an answer.
Besides, even if what you said were the case, what do we learn from that?
Not much, actually. Not if Mr. Alba had asked a staff member, I suppose. Ah! I was wrong? Mr. Alba, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move?
Because I can only think of one way you could have known.
Okay, you know the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret. So you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option is that you saw it on the whiteboard. That means that Mr. Alba was in there at some point, right?
But what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means.
There is another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room. So we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Coach's murder. Do I have something like that? Okay, it wasn't the same
Take that!
The push cart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room.
Take that!
In the show, the push cart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Ablaze along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the push cart was when the push cart was in the dressing room backstage. So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely. Oh, but wait! What if, and this is just a what if, what if the murder took place right in the dressing room?
What do you mean, Kay?
I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people.
Something undetected into a private dressing room then would be as simple as pie.
The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with the push cart then, too. Correct, thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Kochen. Marcus Alba, during the show, you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why.
Yes.
Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room.
I knew it. I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest!
Not so fast.
What is it now?
Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What is there to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard.
You punk, still trying to get out of this.
Do you really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edwards, isn't there anything you can do to stop him? Ugh. I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Long, I believe this investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there.
Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal.
Ooh, and if we use Little T, we may even learn something from a recreation.
We don't need to do any of that.
What? Wolfie? How could you?
Not so fast!
I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else.
And they found nothing?
There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it.
I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us.
They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find.
If there is no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either. Is the end?
The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us?
It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now if you will excuse me, because of you people I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one.
Who is it this time?
Hold it right there, you whippersnappers.
Ah, first Larry, you know you!
What's with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Eddie Pooh?
Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I didn't even say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing lonely dust that I'm about to cry in. Why did you have to speak up right at this instant? You know what, Edgy Pooh? Cheer up, because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing. The most wonderful thing? From you? It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know? My special present of love to my sweet Edgy Pooh. Are you ready? It's this.
It's a box of those samurai dogs, right?
Yes. Oh, Edgy Pooh, here, go on and eat one, and you'll feel right as rain.
Are we through here? Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden?
Edgy Pooh! Tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you. You were nice and full. One day my dream to serve you. You know what I mean? Isn't this right? Everyone to make sure the beloved... blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm just gonna read it out. If I fed you and made sure you were nice and full, one day it's my dream to serve you some of my own homemade food. I mean, isn't it the desire of every woman to make sure the beloved never goes hungry? And that's what I wanted to experience. I'll tell you one thing, though. A long time ago, they used to say that I could make the most delicious meal out of any ingredient you threw in front of me. Oh, I was the star in the kitchen back then, and I was... Mr. Edgar, can you do anything about her?
There is no power on earth that can force that woman into silence.
But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on its fan, like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Ooh, it made me so mad. What a special box with a Kino model like fan on it? I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red sun in this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there is no such thing as a Kinomato dog. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this red sun may be just what we needed to point us in the right direction. A present? This city of Bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. They had to pile them all into the push cart just to move them. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Coachman at the theater and then placed his body inside the push cart. And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of the logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we find them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. The killer used the push cart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the push cart by the killer. That which should not exist is box of samurai dogs with a Kino model on it. This red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing samurai dogs from the pushcarts, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Blood! Wendy Obag. I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special.
Edgy Poo! Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir?
Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mrs. Cochin in the dressing room.
How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out already? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence.
That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and is what will put you away for good.
Ha! You're bluffing.
Oh ho! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor! Sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the fangs you need to go after this guy's jugular. So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs that's going to put the old man away?
The trace evidence that will bring him down? Why, it's here, of course. This part is just the same as all the rest of the boxes. But there's one spot in particular on this box that seems off. What exactly is it? This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. Huh?
What?
Blood, you say?
Agent Long, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste.
I've got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe you found blood in a place like this. Hey you, get this down to the lab pronto.
But why was there blood on that box to begin with? If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct?
Yeah. You have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart.
If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor?
I see.
Oh, I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart.
Exactly, and that's when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box.
When my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because the embassy staff members had already confiscated them.
Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder. It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to him, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great piece to shame.
What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal, I received it for myself.
Corcus Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part.
Sorry to rain on your little love fest. However,
how can you be so self-confident in when situations like this?
Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what?
Heh. So Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh? The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime, that alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room.
And you say that like it means something.
Huh?
Excuse me, sirs. Report. What were the results of the analysis? Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. I knew it. With this, Corcus Alba.
Mr. Edward, I wonder if you might humor my question.
Your question?
Objection!
The one from before, or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make? Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room.
Not so fast!
But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it?
Objection!
He has a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer. Then, this evidence is meaningless?
That can't be! We were so close, sir!
Yeah. I want to smack the smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do. We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. I can't think of a single thing.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way.
Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now.
wasn't me, pal.
It wasn't me this time either.
It wasn't me either.
It was me!
Why did you... because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir. There's more? What? Hurry up and spit it out. Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned. It's none of the same blood type as the victim's blood. What?
No!
What? What? What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell is it? I don't know, sir. All I know is that's not the same blood type as the victim, sir.
What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore.
Neither do I.
What an amusing turn of events.
That blood drop proved something to be true, alright.
Namely my words.
And which one of your words would that be?
The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy? What sort of nonsense?
Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder.
So you would like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then?
I guess it's possible. Damn it, have we been wasting our time on a red herring?
The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough.
Alba, you bastard!
Silence! Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. I've wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through.
Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to. You'll never escape me. Someday I'll have the satisfaction of sticking my fingers into you. You'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that day comes.
You know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt.
Awoo!
Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? That's her name! It was like Lotta Hart or something. The photojournalist that I didn't get to talk to at the very beginning of this case. Lotta Hart. Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it was I who was been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he, who can turn any desperate situation around, do? Yeah, what would Phoenix Wright do? Turn it around. That's it! I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think about it that way, if the blood got onto the box and the body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in this dressing room at that time. And there's only one person that could be. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage. And will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me.
Objection!
Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. What do you mean? Allow me to describe it to you in one word. Pitiful. Pitiful? How so? Marcus Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who is trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you. Ha! Your words. What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth? It's what you think it means, okay? We had already caught him in a trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful definitive piece of evidence.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, can you speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence?
The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood. We know that it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all. It's on karma. I believe that is exactly what is very important to the case. And the part of that is the most important. Oh, and the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale.
Good, then I believe you're already aware of what I mean.
Then you know who the blood belongs to?
Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. The blood of the red sun on this box belongs to you, Corpus Alba.
Take that!
What?
What?
Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim. The blood fell into the box and Mr. Kochan's body was being loaded into the push cart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer.
So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim,
But there's only one other person it could belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion.
but Mr. Kochan was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding?
What if during the murder, Mr. Kochan had fought back? You mean, if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Kochan managed to wound Mr. Alba? Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then. What is the piece of evidence that shows that Mr. Alba was probably bleeding at the time? Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
That was from when
Take
Mr.
that!
When Damas II attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room. But is that really what happened? He can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth.
You don't let a single thing pass you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility. You're one to talk, Mr. Alba. You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal. I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you can miss such a large thing. You believe I've overlooked something? You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Kochan, and that it was caused here in one of the theater dressing rooms, right? Yes, that is correct. I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you will propose that such a weapon came from? Ah, this theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort.
This is Mr. Alba was able to bring in the alabaster knife and its bouquet. There must have been some other ways to sneak in a weapon of some sort.
But as long as you can't prove what that other way is, all your talk about Mr. Kochan stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you'd better hurry and tell me now. With pleasure. Wait, what? This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Kochan brought a weapon into the theater. Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatakaratsu's key.
Take that!
Key! That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago. It is very unique in that it is with a key and a knife, meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Kochan's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Kodopian papers signed by Mr. Kochan. In order to make it look like Mr. Kochan died as the leader of the smuggling ring, he had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife blade with your wound, Mr. Corcus Alba? And that is what some may call the coup de grace.
Impossible.
You can't take me down. Swine, all of you! Especially Manny Kochan. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador. Which is why he deserves to die while bearing the guilt for all of my crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Takarasu's card, and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader, who was killed by the Takarasu. But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny stuff was supposed to bring everything to a close. I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors. Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there was one more question I forgot to ask. This country's, or Alabast's, which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you.
Edward!
March 17th, 11:21 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2.
Whoa, this is it, the big day. This is the Alba's trial today.
And next week, he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Franziska is heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it.
Having to face Miss Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir? I don't even want to think of what that would be like. I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba who was being escorted into the courthouse. And boy, he looks about as blown as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. That flight attendant and even Mr. Portsmouth were all of Mr. Alba's secret agents.
Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidents. Jimmy Meal was to provide support during smuggling ops, using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Portsmouth was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor.
Ooh, all you airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe in the smuggling ring, huh, sir?
I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread around the world.
Yeah, it sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like.
What is it, Detective?
Oh, nothing. It's just, well, come to think of it. Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir.
I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society.
Well, with the arrest of Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KGA incident as well, huh?
I suppose so. The real killer in the KGA incident 10 years ago was Manny Koten. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KGA incident was Matt Grell. Those two facts are the unshakable truth. However, it seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding the other truth from us. And I will expose it all at the trial today.
You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir?
TCU and Deadman. Perhaps now, these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Poliano. Shrimp, crab beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
What? Seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them? Don't tell me they're just coupons, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Codopia again, its economy has changed.
Really?
And it seems that Ambassador Poliano has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Codopia. Oh, but what a pity. Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant, Kay. What?
Wait, that's not what I said. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here?
Right there. Hey, you've got to be more alert than that.
Eek.
I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edwards' words for this.
I totally didn't notice you or realize that the voiceover is yours. Long G says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring.
Agent Long, a pleasant surprise to see you here.
It's been a long time since I set foot in the courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court.
That's so, Agent Long.
We flushed out of all the counterfeit bills, so Zhang Fa is finally at peace again. That's all thanks to you, so I just want to say thanks.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth. I should be the one thanking you, Agent Long. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case.
A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you, prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that?
I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job.
Yeah, and if there's ever someone your precious fruit can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm going to get that person no matter what.
Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I will see you later.
I'll be watching your performance in the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. I prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir.
I'll have to throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Hope you've got enough because I'm going to go call my men up as well.
A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatakarasu. It's the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the truth. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet. And to that end, you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that it's all we prosecutors are, and that is because... Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. And today, more than any other day, I feel the fight within me rising. Ah, that's the end of it!
Objection!
I can't skip the credits. Oh. I am really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet, and they've become a real sensation. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern, the airline has chosen me to design their new line of Go You Jumbo Jets. Just think, someday you'll be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet. I forgot that they have a credit sequence.
Edgeworth, all that rudiments of a weird man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. But more importantly, I received the most fantastic treasure recently, the prima duck statue of the Principality of Godopia. It weighs a bit light in my hand. The ambassador of Balena was most generous.
Oh, so he gave him the fake? We finally caught Agent Hickey's killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's fury eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Codopian courts await. Codopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my work should find new vigor there.
This patrolman has been fired as of today, sir. I thought I was safe to be found the gun I had dropped. But I hadn't noticed that I dropped my police badge, too. I guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly turned into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles Man.
For officer weekends. I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. But I've got to get going and return to Europe. I've still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him scientifically. Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. I won't be going outside much anytime soon, but that's really okay. The only person I'm forever trapped in is this cage of love. The guard's out at the detention center? Oh, when he's on guard duty? He has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. So dumb. Ah! Stop it, Lauren! When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love?
Super rude, Gumshoe. It appears that there are all sorts of drama that takes place outside of the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something.
I barely escaped death yet again.
Yeah, but boy were we lucky that Mr. Edgeworth helped us out, huh?
Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job.
Don't let it get you down, Maggie. You've still got me.
You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm going to pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Ooh, this is actually kind of fun.
Why not come to Codopia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own. Then we had a few problems with the fire marshals, and the next event will be great. It will be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatakarasu. Of course, I hope to enlist Kay's help in creating our latest attraction. I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan. But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're going to sell blue ocean dogs. No selling hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog and a blue bun. I guarantee it will turn your tongue and your face blue. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot or at all, really, but... Oh, so I noticed that I really haven't seen the guy in the blue suit at all recently. I wonder what's up. Well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs. Phoenix? He's talking about Phoenix? Why is he calling him the guy in the blue suit? I give testimony in court today, as a member of the Yatakarasu. Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving? They're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring. Longji says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul with the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet. Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the gray hairs on my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror. I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. But it's alright, because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Poo. Please take care of your head, and when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. I've been an alien, and then some creepy fuzzy pink animal, and then I was a pink princess, a great hero of justice, but even since I was a young lady, that was kind of my... Oh my god. To wear my costume or something, but even that just sounds like a terrible idea. I did not get the last, like, 3 statements. March 17th, 4:33 p.m. High Prosecutor's Offices, Room 1202. Whoop, I feel so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir.
Yeah, and nothing beats the look on Mr. Aba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom.
Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court.
Based on the information Mr. Aba offered up, we've begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to lead to Francisca and Agent Long.
So what are your plans now, Kay?
Oh, well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edwards' assistant.
Are you still trying to steal my job, pal?
Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy.
Phew, what a relief. Kay?
Yes?
Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief?
Of course! But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble de Sakaratsu, so I'm going to hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own.
A 3-person team?
A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible. With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need. My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. Do you see, Mr. Edgeworth? The only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm going to work extra hard to make a world where the Yosakarasu isn't needed.
Let's both strive for such a future.
Well, I guess it's time for me to get going. I see.
Okay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in.
If you could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door. It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken for forever.
Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the 3 of us.
Yeah, a commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one. No.
Hey, why not?
Don't tell me your camera's shy, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course not, detective.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm taking a picture now. Hey, come back here.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Stop that. I can't be seen doing that.
Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese!
And thus, the long tale of the KG-8 incident came to a close. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is little time to rest and relax, for I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth, and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. What a cute photo.
Okay, that's it. end the stream here. I'll be back on Thursday for steno practice. Wow, this stream was 5 hours and almost 30 minutes long, huh? That's wild. See y'all on Thursday. Goodbye.